Good morning, Your Honor. Good morning, Mr. Sharp.
Good morning, Judge. How are you this morning?
Good. How are you?
I'm doing great, Judge. Nice to see you this morning.
And Your Honor, we're both here on Carter. Is the court able to take it up right now?
Yes.
Case number 2305556, State Michigan versus defendant number 1, Marcel Carter, is charged in count 1, homicide, felony murder, juvenile offender.
Appearances for the record, please.
Good morning, Your Honor. Mark Fedoruk for the people.
Good morning, Your Honor. Stephen Sharg on behalf of Mr. Carter.
And are you waiving Mr. Carter's presence, Mr. Sharp?
Yes, Your Honor, just for this matter this morning.
For the waiver of the defendant's presence, what's your pleasure?
And Your Honor, I had an opportunity to talk to the author of the competency report, Dr. Rickman, and after talking to him, I'm satisfied as far as his opinion that Mr. Carter is incompetent at this time, but restorable. And so we're stipulating to his report, his opinion, and are asking for an appropriate order to be entered.
I agree, Your Honor.
Okay, so they find that he's not competent, right?
Correct.
Okay, the court makes a finding that the defendant is not competent to stand trial at this time. I'll refer him for further treatment. Set a review date for August 9th at 8:30.
That was August 9, Your Honor?
Yes.
Okay.
That's fine, Judge. Thank you. Thank you, Judge. Have a nice day. Appreciate it.
Okay.
Thank you, Judge.
And that was JDF just calling, asking if you needed Mr. Carter.
Pardon me, Your Honor?
That was the juvenile detention facility, asking if we needed Mr. Carter for today's hearing.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Have a good day.
Good morning, Judge. I'm in here for Ms. Shelley Drain today.
Oh, okay. She okay?
Yeah, she's actually don't know. She said she needed somebody to fill in, and here I am.
All right. We're just waiting on the turn. Mr. Landry,
Yes,
good morning, sir. Were you here for Carter?
yes, he's my son. It's
Okay.
Mr. Landrum.
I'm sorry. It says Jawan Landry. I thought that was a guy.
I know
Anyway,
everybody think I'm a boy.
until they see you, right?
Excuse me?
Until they see you, right?
Right. I
Okay,
asked my
so
uncle them why they didn't name me Jackie.
Let me bring you up to speed as to what's going on.
Okay.
So he was not seen this morning. He's still over in the juvenile detention facility. His attorney and the prosecutor appeared, and they stipulated that he is not competent to stand trial at this time. So I referred it for a competency review on August 9th at 8:30. So he's going back for more treatment, trying to get him competent.
Kenneth, Judge, Your Honor, Marcel has been up under psychiatric care ever since he was 5 years old.
Okay, so that
Right.
kind of goes along with what they're saying, he's not competent to stand trial,
Right.
so we can't do anything until he's found competent, okay? Now,
Okay,
come August 9th, though, when you come on, you have to do this on YouTube,
okay.
live stream.
Oh. Okay,
Okay.
well, my Aunt Teresa might try to come on and my Uncle Craven Thurk as well, because they all called me this morning for the information.
All right, let them know that it's already been done. We started very early this morning.
Okay. So he goes back in August.
August 9th.
Okay, and if he's not better, then what?
Then we'll refer, they can hold him to like a little over a year. I think it's something like a year and a half. If he's not competent within that time, then they'll do civil commitment where he'll be hospitalized.
Oh, Lord. For life?
Until he gets better, yes.
Okay.
Okay?
All right.
Thank you. Have a good day.
You're welcome.
Mr. Behan, good morning. Mr. Mijas,
Why don't I try with the mute off? Good morning, Your Honor.
you here on Briggs?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
We'll hold an exam because, well, that seems to be good practice.
Let me call the case.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Calling case number 2-305-669601 from the state of Michigan versus Kimberly Briggs. Defendant is charged in count 1 and 2, assault with a dangerous weapon, count 3 and 4, weapons from firearm, count 5, domestic violence.
Appearances for the record, please.
Good morning, Your Honor. Eric Decker, P85931 for the people.
Good morning, Your Honor. Harry Mijas on behalf of Miss Kimberly Briggs, P number 66417, Your Honor. I waive her appearance for the purpose of the PCC.
The court will waive the defendant's presence. What's your question?
Your Honor, I'd like to set this for an examination.
House May 15th at 10:45.
Let me see, Your Honor. Your Honor, I am in federal court in the morning. Can I do the next? Can I do the 18th?
No, we won't be here on the 18th. All the courts will be closed. We have a judicial conference on the 18th and 19th.
Can I do it in the afternoon on the 15th?
Yes, you can. House 1:30.
That works for me, Your Honor. Thank you.
May 15th at 1:30. Bond will be convened.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Good morning. We have somebody coming to tell prisoners today. We have somebody coming to tell prisoners today.
We do,
They'll be coming on Zoom.
sir.
They'll be coming on Zoom.
Yeah, Briggs and Jennings and Lucas should be in custody.
Wayne County Jail, is that you?
Good morning, Judge King.
Good morning, sir. How you doing?
Doing great.
Who you have there?
I'm good. I got Mr. Kimberly Briggs in front of you. And I have Glenn Lucas on the way.
Okay, so Briggs has a preliminary examination set for May 15th at 1:30. She's all set.
Yes, sir. I'll get Lucas in one. He'll be over here in 1 sec.
Okay.
Okay, so what do I do about my calendar?
Good morning, Mr. Taylor.
Hey, good morning, Your Honor. How you doing?
Good, how are you?
Okay, so far. I have Amari Jennings, a PCC. I'd like to sit that for an exam.
Okay, let me call it. Ready, let's see.
Case number 2305-669501. People of the state of Michigan versus Amari Jennings. Defendant is charged in count 1, weapons, firearm, possession by felon, count 2, domestic violence, delinquent notice, count 3, assault with a dangerous weapon, count 4, assault with a dangerous weapon, count 5 through 8, weapons, felon, firearm. Defendant has a weapons notice.
Appearances for the record, please.
Good morning, Your Honor. Eric Decker, PA 5931 for the people.
Good morning, Your Honor. Edward Taylor, P57166, appearing on behalf of Mr. Jennings. Mr. Jennings, would you state your name for the record, please?
I don't think Mr. Jennings is here.
Oh, that's not him in the, I thought that was him in the lockup. Okay, but for the purposes here, Your Honor, I'll waive his appearance, Your Honor.
For the waive the defendant's presence, continue to plead not guilty, but what do you want? Exam?
I have discovered, Your Honor, so I would like a exam date, yeah, please.
How's May 15th at 10:45?
Just a minute, Your Honor. No, Your Honor, that's not a good day for me.
The whole day?
Well, yeah, if I can get it done, yeah, can I get it later? Can I do it at 11?
Sure.
Okay, the 11 should work, Your Honor.
May 15th at 11 o'clock.
Okay, thank you, Your Honor. Have a good day.
Fine, continue.
Yep, thank you.
Done combing your hair, Mr. Lucas?
Yes, sir.
Look nice now?
Tomorrow, okay. Good morning.
Ms. Chapman, good morning.
Another piece. So this is how it is. Because I came in. Another piece. Darlene, you know, IT came and got something off his desk, so there's a piece off of here that's missing.
They came in several times last week. They didn't tell me they were taking it.
Yeah, it's not missing off the desk. Yeah. Yeah, everybody's disconnected. Waiting on Carter. You still need Carter, defense, the attorney. You can see them. So, okay, I'm gonna go to the office and take care of it.
Ms. Sprinkle?
Yes, I'm here.
You ready on Lucas?
I am. I do not have discovery. Is the APA there?
You know the case. Yes, it's here.
Yes, I'm here.
I think Shelley was there last time and she said she would email it to me, but she did not. So is this your case?
No, this is, I'm just filling in for Ms. Drain.
What is her last name now? Because I looked for her email.
Shelley
She's not-
Drain?
It's still Drain?
Yep.
Okay.
I do have a note here saying that there is some kind of an issue with discovery. I think she's trying to get the rest of it for you.
Okay. So I guess we'll just adjourn the PCC again at the people's request.
No, if we're gonna set this for an exam, we need to do that probably now.
Okay, I'll grab my calendar.
Calling case number 2305-652-001. State of Michigan versus Glenn Lucas Jr. Defendant is charged in count 1, assault with a dangerous weapon. Count 2, weapons, felony firearm. Count 3, domestic violence, third defense notice. Count 4, weapons, felony firearm. Defendant has a habitual offender, third defense notice.
Hearing this for the record, please.
Good morning, Your Honor. Eric Decker, PA 5931 for the people.
Good morning, Your Honor. Carol Otta Sprinkle, P49898 on behalf of Mr. Glenn Lucas.
Tell us your name, Mr. Lucas.
Glenn Lucas.
Mr. Lucas has been grooming himself all morning. Doesn't he look nice?
Pardon me?
I was just saying, you've been grooming yourself all morning. Don't you look nice? What's your pleasure?
Your Honor, apparently there's an issue with discovery according to APA Decker. So we can set the exam date, and I'm sure the people will endeavor to get that to me as soon as possible. I guess we should go out at least 2 weeks.
No, I don't think it's gonna take that long, Mr. Franklin. I'm looking at May 17th at 10:30.
That'll work, Judge. I'm down there on a final conference in Frank Murphy at 9, so that's a good date.
Okay. May 17th at 10:30, bond will be continued.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Excuse me, Your Honor. I was aware that I only had one felony firearm. They just added another count out of nowhere.
I'm sorry?
I said, as of up until now, I only had one count of felony firearm. They just added a fourth count. I only had 3 counts that I was in here for. Now they just added a 4th count today. So I was just wondering about that. That's kind of from the arraignment to the last week, everything has been just 3 counts. Now I have a 4th count.
So I don't know what you were told at arraignment.
Yeah, I was told the same thing last week at the probable cause. Before y'all adjourned it. Just 3 counts of assault with the weapon, domestic, and the felony firearm. Now they just put a 4th count on there for felony firearm that was not there. So I was just wondering. I only had three charges coming in here.
I'm looking, Your Honor.
There you go. Okay.
So there's a firearm that goes with your domestic violence third offense notice. There's a felony firearm that goes with your assault with dangerous weapon. So there are in fact 4 counts, sir.
Understood.
I will be continued. Thank you.
Pardon me?
Your bond is continued. Thank you. Have a good day.
Thank you, you as well.
You're all set, Division 1?
Yes, sir. The other guy should be logging in from the 6th floor.
If somebody came in, who is that? Who are they coming on with?
They should be coming on with Mr. Imari Jennings.
Okay, we did Jennings already. Their next court date is May 15th at 11 o'clock.
I let them know, Your Honor.
Okay, appreciate it. Have a good day.
You too, sir.
I'll check with the judge, make sure. Yeah. Hold on. Excuse me, now. They picked up Terrence Gardner. He's on witness detainment for Dudley case. And they say he's in t-shirts and a t-shirt and shorts. So okay. Just let me know.
Thank you.
All right. Just said this.
She left us early.
No. How you doing, man? All right.
I think you got you.
Picked up.
Oh, really? Oh, okay, I got you. Hold on one second. Hey, good morning. How are you? Hey, hey, hey. I came in, the reflection. Looked like you had a shirt, what did it look like? That's what, I don't know if you saw me going like this, like, is it got his chest out? But it's a natural color shirt, so it blends well. Yeah. Oh, yeah, I did that too. Like, I told my partner, you go on in there. Because it looks like they choked you out right there. Like, they got it. Mhm. Oh, like, make it not go big, huh? Yeah. It's sad. That was just. Yeah, 3 every Tuesday. A day sometime. Yeah. You do good. I think you don't want caught up, huh? Really? Everybody. I know. Can I make one suggestion? You should practice. This is easy practice. Do it. Do it. And your officer. You back on track. That's nothing. No, I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about the exam. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah. Monday, Wednesday, Friday, I like to work. Did you go to your favorite place this morning? I like it. I love that art. Yeah, nice art. Seems like very pleasant.
Yeah.
I blame you. Just say the judge is ready to go. Come on, Mr. Muhammad. Hold on. Turn around. Going out there, stand in front of the chair.
Okay. Is that Sharice or Sharice? Sharice is pronounced Muhammad.
It's pronounced Sharif, but it's a typo when I was in the hospital. They misspelled my name.
It's pronounced Sharif.
Sharif.
Sharif?
Yes, sir.
Okay, that makes more sense. Calling case 2256518, people of the state of Michigan versus Sharif Amir Muhammad. Defendant is charged in count 1 homicide, murder, first degree premeditated. Defendant has a habitual offender, second principle.
Good morning, Your Honor. Elena Rozak on behalf of the people, P78815.
Judge King, good afternoon or good morning to you and to your staff. Good morning. Michael Woodyard, my IP number is 64612. I'm a staff attorney with Neighborhood Defender Service of Detroit, and we represent Mr. Muhammad. He's here in court. Would you say good morning and say your name out loud for the record?
Morning, Judge King, Sharif Amir Muhammad.
Date time set for preliminary examination. Good morning. Are we ready to proceed?
Yes, Your Honor. I would ask for a mutual order of sequestration with an exception for my officer in charge, Police Officer Isaac Lamas. He should be walking to this moment.
Any objection to the orders here?
No objection.
Ladies and gentlemen out there in YouTube land, you are a witness or potential witness ordering you to log off this time. How many witnesses do you have, Ms. Rosa?
It should be 2, but possibly 3.
All right. First, do you have any preliminary matters you'd like to begin with?
Not at this time. I can do that again.
All right.
Your Honor, people would call Police Officer Erica Dudley.
Good morning, ma'am. Please step forward, give your name and spelling to the court reporter.
Good morning, sir.
Give her your name. Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you. Please have a seat. The response next to me. Thank you. Give me the right.
Thank you. Good morning, ma'am. Would you please state your name for the record? Good morning, Officer Erica Dudley, 2703. And Police Officer Dudley, how long have you been an officer for?
3 years.
And are you working with any particular department?
Right now, I'm working with the prosecutor's.
Okay, and what department is it? Is it the Detroit Police Department? That's okay, thank you. And were you working in that capacity back in March 19th of 2022?
No, I was an actual patrol officer for the Detroit Police Department.
Okay, and so you were working for Detroit Police Department as an officer on March 19th of 2022?
Yes.
And were you working alone or with a partner that day?
I was working with a partner.
Do you recall who that is?
That was Kaden Sands.
Okay, and at some point, do you have a reason to go to the address of 6343 Curtis, that's Curtis in the city of Detroit?
Yes, ma'am. It was a 911 call, dispatch call that I responded to.
Okay, and that's in the county of Wayne, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and so who went to this location with you? Anybody?
Myself and my partner, Kaden Sands.
And do you know what the 911 call was regarding?
I don't recall.
Okay, when you got to the location, did you speak to anybody?
When I got to the location originally, there was a young lady outside, pretty upset. I had spoken with her, and she really, she was very upset and crying. And when I asked her what was wrong, she just kept doing the hand gesture, please just go.
Okay, and for the record, you're putting your right hand out and pointing forward?
Right, she was really upset, so she kept making a point for me to just go and see. She was crying and really upset. So once I went ahead, because I was the jump man for her, I went ahead to the home and doors already open.
Okay, and so the address that you responded to on Curtis Street is a home?
It's a duplex, side by side duplex.
Okay, and did you see anybody else other than the young lady that you're referring to at the scene at this time?
No.
Now, at some point, do you go inside the house?
Yes.
And was the door locked or unlocked, if you remember?
The door was unlocked and it was partially open.
Okay, and was this the front door?
This is the front door.
Now, what do you observe when you first get inside the home?
Just as I enter the door, I'm calling out that I'm Detroit Police. And as I open the door, I can see legs on the floor. And the door was pretty much ajar. So as I go in, I saw a man's body laying adjacent to the door entryway.
Could you tell, was the man clothed?
He was partially clothed. He had on a sweater type shirt from the top of his body, and he had no clothing on at all from the waist down.
Okay, and do you know what position you observed the body in?
He was laying with his head facing west, on his back. That's the answer.
Yes.
On the floor.
Thank you. And when you say head facing west, is that towards the door, away from the door? Like what, from the door, what position would it be?
He was parallel to the door. So when I say west, when you go into the home, the front door swings out and there's stairs right behind the door. So his head was at the base of the stairs and his legs were out east. So it was a vertical way from where I entered.
Okay, and did you notice anything about this?
Horizontal, when I entered the door.
Did you notice anything about this individual right away that drew your attention, other than not being fully?
Immediately I checked for signs of life, and from my observation, there was something like, I noticed that his body was laying, but I noticed that.
Okay, and so other than, you said he was laying in a puddle of blood, do you know where the blood was at?
Majority of the blood was around his head. I instantly, I'm observing and trying to also make sure watch my scene, is that there were footprints around his body. I instantly noticed that it was like emanating from the rear of the home.
I'm gonna ask some follow-up questions about that. So when you say footprints, can you describe what you're referring to?
Yeah, there were a couple of bloody footprints that were leading away from the deceased.
In what direction were they going, if you know?
I don't recall.
Okay. And what did you do after this?
my partner and I retreated back out of the home, called for backup units and supervised the location.
Okay, and did you stay while the backup supervisor arrived at the location?
Yes,
And were you there when medics arrived?
I was there with her.
Okay. And so did you ever go back inside the house at any point?
Yes,
And what was that for?
I didn't go back into the house, originally once medics got there, once, the homicide team agents in the location, so they could get accurate description of what I was talking about the officer. Once, medics, and the medical examiner actually came in and checked the body and moved. I actually went to get a walkthrough, with the homicide team as well, so that we could get accurate, see where the footprints led to the light back home, the trigger report that was open.
Okay.
So we are,
So when you say that you went back inside this, you stayed outside until other units arrived?
I stayed at the front door.
Okay. And did you ever do a check of the house to see if there was anybody else inside?
Yes, ma'am. We get a protective suite, once I got primary other unit, the backup units to come, there was a primary suite from the other units that were, they went up the stairs and around the house to do a protective suite as well.
And were you present for that?
I didn't go up the stairs, I stayed where my,
Okay. Did you ever see anybody else come out of the house? Okay. Now, were you familiar with this location prior to this incident?
yes, ma'am.
And were you aware of any other individuals that, well, let me ask you this. Had you ever had contact with that male that you observed on the floor?
Yes.
Okay, and did you know his name?
I don't recall the name at the moment, but I do, I had a couple runs at the location.
And were you aware of anybody else who either visited frequently or lived at that location?
Yes.
Who was that?
It was the older gentleman's son, who had frequently, known mental diagnosis. People have medical, mental outbursts, and I would call it.
So did you ever have contact with that individual that you're referring to, the son?
Yes.
Do you know his name?
I don't call it his name.
Okay, and I'm gonna ask you if you can stand up and take a look around and see if you see that individual in the court today. Sir.
Yes.
And can you point to him and indicate something that he's wearing?
The individual wearing a green shirt, and a white t-shirt under.
And let the record reflect that the witness has identified the defendant, Sharice Muhammad, in this case. Thank you. Did you do anything else at this scene on March 19, 2022, after the location was secured?
Besides staying on scene for all of the medical and homicide detective, I just stayed there the entire time afterwards, made sure that the door was as secure as possible. I talked to a neighbor, I actually talked to the homeowner of the location, he was more concerned about accessibility to be in the home.
Okay, and so there, when you say that you talked to the homeowner, so the male that was laying on the floor, it's your understanding he was not a homeowner, correct?
That's understood. I found that out while I was on scene.
Okay, and you also said that at some point you went back inside the house to clear the scene with the other officers, and you mentioned something about a back door. What were you indicating about the back door?
The back door was wide open to Jason, and a couple of the footprints that I observed were coming from the body on the way to at the rear.
Towards that back door that you're referring to?
Yes, it was like, that was the living room area we were in, the dining room, and then the kitchen, it was kind of small. It turned, the kitchen was the back.
Okay, and when you say the back door was ajar, is this one of the doors that has multiple doors, or was the one that is just wide open to the outside?
No, it, from my recollection, there was a like main door and then like a screen door. So there were two doors.
And was the screen door closed?
The screen door.
Okay. Now, did you notice anything else inside the home let me ask you this, inside the living room where you found the deceased, was there anything that looked out of place to you at that time? Okay. And did you do any investigation to determine what type of weapon or article, if there were any, could have been used to cause the bleeding?
If you're asking about what I saw,
Did you see anything yourself?
I saw, pictures, I observed one body in certain areas, and that were pretty consistent with the object that would be a cutting object. That's all I saw. I did not see the knife or the blunt object that would have made those marks. I saw that it was one actual.
And do you know approximately how many of those marks you observed?
I don't recall, but there was I will say that one of the things that stuck out to me is that in his biggest area, he had several hits to that area. In the front of his face, I didn't observe the other remaining places. So actually after the
Okay, and just for clarification, what did you observe on his face?
there were like cuts on his face, in the front of his face, because originally you could only see the front of his body, not the sides or the back of his actually.
Okay. Give me just one moment. I don't have anything further for this. Thank you.
Cross-exam.
Yes, Judge, thank you. Good morning, Officer Dudley, how are you?
Good morning, Wilson.
Thank you. You were acting in response to a 911 call, do you know that? And you were dispatched to this location. Do you remember the street that you were sent to? Curtis Street. And you've testified that when you arrived, there was a woman in the vicinity. Was that person outside?
She was outside. The location is right next to like a field, like a lot. And there's another adjacent lot that leads to a building. Often she had a vehicle parked in the parking lot of that vehicle. As I was going approaching the location, as familiarity with it, I was in directly saw her, she kind of like stopped. So I stopped and spoke with her.
Okay. And you said you just testified that you spoke with her, but earlier you testified that essentially she was not able to communicate with words.
Right.
Is that fair?
She wasn't, she was upset, but I still went to announce myself.
Understood. So you were asking questions of this young woman?
Yes.
She was not responding with words.
She responded with words.
Okay.
And she still was upset and crying, angry words, would say, just go see, I go see. But there were no words that she was.
Okay. That's what I wanted to ask you about this motion. She was essentially gesturing you to go into this house?
Yes.
Had you met this person before, this woman?
No.
Never seen her before in your life? As far as you know?
Sorry.
Officer Dudley or Detective Dudley, you've testified that you then went into the house.
Yes.
What time of the day or night was this?
It was still daylight outside, but it was, my shift starts after 3, so it was after 3, but still daylight outside.
When you entered the house, was the lighting conditions sufficient for you to feel comfortable in identifying the things that you did?
Yes.
You could see.
Yes.
And you say you testified that when you entered the house very quickly, if not immediately, you noticed somebody laying on the ground.
But it didn't do it because it probably were at me at that doorway, I was able to see the legs of the person.
When you opened the door, did the doorway hit into those legs?
The door was already open, adjacent when you wanted to approach and open the screen door, I could see that.
I see.
So there wasn't necessary for me to push the door any further. There was enough room for me to actually get through the door.
And there was enough, the body which you saw laying on the ground was in such a place that you could observe that person without even going into the house.
Yes.
Okay. But you did enter the house.
Yes.
And it's your testimony that you observed of what you've characterized as puncture wounds or slice wounds on this person, correct?
Yes.
And that you checked for what you refer to as signs of life. And to do that, what did you do? Check for this person's pulse?
I was able to make somebody, call out, if we needed help, and then actually just kind of, not especially because I could see that there was a senior quickly that I didn't want to disturb. But with what I was able to observe, yes,
Yes, what?
that I was able to check for the signs of life and pulse, but not being able to disturb him and see if he was not able to respond to me when calling out for him.
So you called out, sir, hello, sir, and there was no response?
Yes.
And did you touch the person?
No.
You observed the person with your eyes?
Yes,
You didn't observe his chest going up and down?
not at all.
Whatever else it was that you saw, is it fair to say you were convinced at that point that this person was deceased?
No, I'm not inclined to make the decision.
Okay.
That's why I called it for medicine.
And did your partner come inside the house with you?
Yes,
Did your partner touch the person laying on the ground?
I don't know.
You testified that once you arrived at that location on Curtis Street, you remained for the duration of your of the department's on-scene efforts.
Yes.
Is that true? And is it fair to say that you were there for at least a couple of hours?
Several hours.
Several hours. During that time, Detective Dudley, is it fair to say that you did not ever recover or observe any sort of object or weapon that may have contributed to the injuries which you observed on this man?
I did not make any reference.
When you you testified that you went through the house then once the scene was, I'll say, secure. You remember talking about like following where the footsteps went?
Yes.
Okay. And
Come on to the microphone for me, please.
Yes.
To your left.
Yes.
Okay. And so that I'm clear, the footsteps which you observed were printed in what appeared to be blood? Yes. And is it fair to say that those footsteps appeared on the floor inside of the home?
Yes.
And when they appeared to be walking away from the individual laying there on the ground?
There were footsteps around the body. Yeah. The first floor was like a wooden floor. The kitchen floor was some type of tile. It wasn't the same, but there were what appeared to be footprints in blood.
And you followed where those went?
Yes.
Where did they go?
Out the back door.
They exited the house?
Yes. They had lighter, but they went out the back door.
Okay. And is it your testimony that when upon first entering or observing that home, the back door was open?
Yes.
You didn't open?
No.
Do you know if your partner opened?
No.
You don't know, or he
No.
did not?
He did not open the door.
He did not.
He did not.
So when you arrived at that house, the back door was open?
Yes.
The front door was open?
Yes.
These steps then went to the back door and exited?
Yes.
Did you follow them outside the house?
I went outside the house.
Could you see the footsteps when you went outside?
No.
Not at all.
No.
Did you take part in canvassing the neighborhood?
Because I was primary and my primary goal was right at the scene location. I canvassed like next door, across the street, adjacent, but I kind of stayed close by as being primary officer. Questions were required me, other units to canvass the neighbors.
You know that because that's habit, or you know that because you saw them do it?
I know that because I saw them and I directed them to.
Detective Dudley, you testified that there was a person whom you've identified as the landlord or homeowner who came to the scene?
Yes.
Did you summon that person?
No.
Did you speak to that person?
I did.
You testified that that person appeared more interested in making sure the house was secure?
Yeah, he wanted to know when he could get it figured out, when he'd be able to get it cleared out.
Okay.
Yes.
Did you observe at that household any type of a ring camera or a closed circuit home security type camera?
At that home, I don't.
Thank you.
Can you redirect?
Okay.
Thank you, you may step.
And the people would call police officer Kevin Burley.
Sir, please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you, sir. Please have a seat in the witness box right next to me. Yes, sir. Speaking to that microphone is to your left one. You may begin when you're ready.
Thank you. Good morning, sir. Would you please state your name for the record?
Also, Kenneth Burley,
And how long have you been an officer for?
5 years.
And are you assigned to, are you employed by any particular agency?
Detroit Police Department.
Thank you. Now, I'm going to draw your attention back to the date of March 20th, 2022. Do you recall that date?
Yes, ma'am.
And were you working that day?
Yes, I was.
Do you recall whether you were working alone or with a partner?
I was with a partner.
Okay, do you recall who your partner was?
Officer Corey Gordon.
Thank you. Now, back then, what was your assignment? Where were you on patrol?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, did you go to the location of 6343 Curtis Street in the city of Detroit?
Yes, I did.
And is that in the county of Wayne?
Yes.
What was your purpose for going there?
We received a call from the undercover homicide surveillance unit that the suspect was in the backyard of the location trying to get the back.
Okay, and you're saying suspect. At the time, did you know who the suspect was?
No.
Okay, and at some point, when you received that call to that location on Curtis Street, was that location familiar to you?
Yes, it was.
Why?
Because I had previous encounters with the individuals there, including Mr. Muhammad. His father was a elderly gentleman. I was CIT, so I would go there, and I believe I took Mr. Muhammad to the crisis there at one time.
What's CIT?
Crisis intervention team.
Okay, and do you recall about how long prior to this incident that would have been that you would have gone to that location?
Maybe a month or two.
Okay. Now, you said a name, Mohammed, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, and so how many times have you seen Mr. Mohammed prior to going to this location on March 20th of 2022, would you say?
About 2 to 3 times.
All right, and did you ever know a first name?
Let me start with an S. It was hard. I couldn't pronounce it.
Okay. I'm gonna ask you to go ahead and stand up and take a look around and tell me if you recognize that person in the courtroom at all today. Okay, and can you describe something that they're wearing?
Green, also, white undershirt.
Let the record reflect that the witness has identified the defendant, Sharif Muhammad.
So noted.
Thank you. And sir, you also mentioned that you had contact with an elderly gentleman at that location, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you ever know this person's name?
His name is Mr. Muhammad. He was a ex-police officer, around 70. What request was he stated that he was scared.
Judge, I didn't get any hearsay statements.
That's okay.
That maybe was
Sustain.
Thank you. I'm gonna ask you, we're not gonna talk about what he stated on previous occasions at this point, okay? So did you ever know an individual named Samuel Logan?
Name sound familiar, but I don't.
Okay. Now, when you get to the location, what is the first thing that you do on Curtis Street?
Carry that.
When you get to the Curtis Street location, what's the first thing that you do?
When I arrived, we had got information that the person was in the backyard. So I approached, I observed Mr. Muhammad at the rear window, towards the right, trying to get in the house. He was wearing a black coat. He also had a black knife, about 7 to 8 inches long, black handle. I gave him verbal command to drop the weapon. A few times, he finally did. Asked him to gave command. He jumped around. He did. And he was arrested.
Okay, and do you recall, were you driving a patrol vehicle that day?
Yes, I was.
Okay, and so when you get to the location, you don't go inside the house, is that what you're indicating?
Right.
Do you go directly to the back of the house?
Yes, I did.
Okay, and do you recall, was there any other than you and your partner, police officer Gordon, was there anybody else on scene at that time?
Yes, it was a sergeant. His name was Sergeant Farrell. I went in the backyard first. Sergeant Farrell was second. And also Gordon was the third person.
Okay, and so the Sergeant Farrell that you're referring to, was he also in, how was he dressed?
He was dressed in full uniform.
Okay, and were you dressed in full uniform?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you at all announce your presence when you went to the back of the house?
Yes, I did.
Okay, and what did you indicate, if anything, to Mr. Muhammad?
When I first made contact with him, I ordered him to drop the weapon. That's the first thing he turned to look at us. He still had the weapon in his hand. I gave him another verbal command to drop the weapon. My sergeant also gave him another verbal command to drop the weapon. And once he did, he closed in on him, and he surrendered.
Okay, and so at this point, do you handcuff, do either you or one of the officers in the back handcuff Mr. Muhammad?
Yes. I don't remember who actually handcuffed him.
Okay, and did he comply with the remainder of the arrest?
Yes, he did.
Okay, now, did you see where this knife was dropped?
Yes, it was dropped near a gutter by the window. The black handle was on the ground. When he dropped it, he cut, the knife cut the gutter, so I know that it was laying in its tilted position.
Okay, and you were able to observe that after Mr. Muhammad was apprehended?
Correct.
Okay, and where you found the knife, was that exactly where you saw Mr. Muhammad drop it?
Yes.
Thank you. Do you know, did you stay on scene at this point?
Yes, I did.
And do you know, what did you do with the knife afterwards? Once you observe it, what do you do?
I did not collect the knife for evidence. I just observed it.
Do you know if the knife was collected?
The knife was collected. I don't recall who actually collected the knife.
Do you recall whether or not evidence texts were called to the location?
Yes, they were.
Okay. And are you familiar with the duties of the evidence text at Detroit Police Department?
Yes.
And what typically would they do if there's evidence discovered at a location?
What's your exact foundation?
I'm not really interested in what they've done on prior occasions as opposed to what they did on this occasion, he observed.
Okay. And so did you observe the evidence text at the scene at all?
No, I did not.
Okay. One moment. Nothing further. Thank you.
Cross-examine?
Yes, sir, thank you. Officer Burley, is it?
Yes, sir.
Good morning, sir. You testified that you received direction from a fellow colleague in the police department. Is that fair?
Yes.
And that person was associated with the homicide unit?
Yes, surveillance team.
Okay. What time of the day or night was this?
This was, afternoon. It was daylight, day shift, that's what it was. Day shift, late afternoonish, maybe after 12 or 1, I believe.
It was not dark.
No, it's not dark at all.
You responded to the instructions by going to this location on Curtis Street, true?
Correct.
And when you arrived, you saw the individual whom you already knew as Mr. Muhammad in the backyard.
Correct.
And the moment you saw Mr. Muhammad, you observed that he already had in his hand this knife.
Absolutely.
Which you called a knife, true?
Yes, sir.
You didn't see when or where he picked that knife up from?
No, I did not.
You didn't see what Mr. Muhammad was doing any time before the moment that you saw it?
No.
And it's your testimony that it appeared as though Mr. Muhammad was trying to open a window into the home?
Yes, it was.
Was he using that knife to kind of pry at the window?
No, once I saw him, he had the knife in his hand, he was at the window. Once we gave our presence, that's when he turned his focus towards us.
So it's fair to say then, Officer Burley, that not much time passed between you arriving and you announcing your presence.
Correct.
You did that immediately?
Absolutely.
Okay. So you really didn't Mr. Muhammad didn't have any time to carry on with what he was doing once you arrived?
Correct.
Okay. Because once you yelled your presence, he paid attention to you.
Right.
You've testified that Mr. Muhammad was placed in handcuffs.
Yes, sir.
Did you transport Mr. Muhammad away from that scene?
No, I did not.
Did Mr. Muhammad get placed into a police car?
Yes, he did.
Did you see that happen?
Yes, I did.
Was it your car?
No, it's not.
Thank you. Can you redirect?
Oh, yeah.
Thank you, sir. You may step down.
Aaron, at this time, the people are calling the officer in charge, Isaac Lamas, just for a few mentions that I need to make.
Okay. Please raise your right hand. You swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to help you God?
Yes.
Thank you, sir. Please have a seat with the sponsor next to me. Maybe when you're ready.
Thank you. Morning, sir. Would you please state your name for the record?
My name is Isaac Lamas,
How are you employed?
to the Detroit Police Department.
And are you assigned to any particular division with the Detroit Police Department?
Major crimes homicide,
Okay, and how long have you been a police officer for?
6 years now,
And how long have you been with the Major Crimes Homicide Division?
a little over a year.
Okay, and so, back on March 19th of 2022, would you have just started over there?
Yes,
Okay, were you the officer in charge of the case that we're here for today?
I was.
All right, and so as part of being the officer in charge, did you ever go to the scene at 6343 Curtis Street?
I did.
All right, when did you go there?
The night of the incident,
Okay, and did you observe an individual, deceased at that location when you were there?
I did.
Okay, did you, speak to family members at the scene?
I did not, however, other individuals did, other officers.
Okay, and after the, you get to the Curtis location and you begin your part of the investigation, did you do any follow-up to identify who the decedent was?
Are you speaking of with the medical examiner report?
Yes.
Yes,
Okay, and did you get a medical examiner's report in this case?
I did.
And did you learn who the decedent was at that time?
I did.
And who was that?
Samuel Logan.
Okay, and then when did you become assigned as the officer in charge in this case? Was it the prior to the arrest of Mr. Muhammad or after?
Prior.
Okay, and so on March 20th of 2022, you would agree with me that Mr. Muhammad was arrested?
Yes,
Did you go to the location on that date? No.
I did not know.
Okay, and were there other homicide detectives that went in your place?
I believe just the headquarters surveillance unit and their supervisors.
All right, and at some point, as the officer in charge, if there's ever any evidence that's collected in a case, do you have notice of that?
Yes,
How do you get notice?
through either evidence technician reports or the evidence list on track.
Okay, and what is Tracker?
The software that's utilized to log and keep track of all evidence.
And are you aware of specifically one piece of evidence first, a knife that was placed on evidence on March 20th, 2022?
Yes,
Okay, and are you aware of any fingernail clippings that were placed on evidence from the decedent, Mr. Samuel Logan?
yes,
And did you do anything with regards to those pieces of evidence?
they were submitted to Michigan State Police Forensic Laboratory.
And did you make a request for anything?
Yes, for a biological comparison.
Judge, I'm sorry, I'm going to interpose an objection because it's my understanding after hearing the officer say that they were submitted, that this officer didn't directly do those things, nor did he directly recover the items that he's talking about. So any testimony regarding him would be hearsay. And I'd ask that all of that be stricken from the record.
Well, I don't know about the items that he submitted. He can certainly testify as to what actions he took.
Yes, absolutely.
And I don't think I think part of what the argument is on defense counsel's have, and I'm not trying to put words in his mouth, would be chain of custody arguments instead of admissibility information, evidence. And that would go to weight instead of admissibility. And that's why I'm asking the questions I'm asking about what he submitted to the lab, because there's going to be that work. Thank you. And so, I'm sorry, I don't remember exactly where we left off, but I do believe I was asking if you made a request with the Michigan State Police Lab with regard to those pieces of evidence.
I did, yes, biological analysis comparison.
And did you receive a report back?
I did.
Okay, and, give me just one moment. I don't think I have anything else further for this witness. Thank you.
Cross-examine?
No, Judge, no.
Thank you, sir. You may say that.
Your Honor, at this time, the people have no further witnesses, but we have two other pieces of information that we would like to have admitted into the record. One would be the people's proposed exhibit number 1, which is the medical examiner's report from the Wayne County Medical Examiner. I don't know if
Judge, I think the statute allows the admissibility of these documents. I would object merely as a because I want to, yes.
Okay. And so at this time, the people would move for the admission of people's proposed exhibit number 1, which is the medical examiner's report from dated March 19th, 2022. It was performed on Samuel Logan, and that was done on March 20th of 2022. And it indicates that the decedent was a 71-year-old male who was found with multiple sharp force injuries. There were 34 stab wounds on the body, and they do describe every stab wound on the body, but for purposes of the exam, I'll admit the entire report and indicate that the Dr. Myra, M-Y-R-A, Khan, K-H-A-N, is the assistant medical examiner that performed the autopsy, and it was her opinion that the death was caused by multiple sharp force injuries and the manner of death is not And then, People's Proposed Exhibit number 2 is the laboratory report from the Michigan State Police Forensic Science Division. This is record number 2, dated June 8, 2022, and that, dated September 16th, 2022. It was authored by forensic scientist Sarah Barr, that's Sarahbarr, and it does indicate that there were multiple pieces of evidence that were submitted to the Michigan State Police Lab for to be tested. Of the 2 to note on page 2 of the document, there is the knife handle swab of the item that was recovered or that was submitted to the police from this police report number of 2203190266 indicates that there is very strong support that Sharif Muhammad is a contributor to the knife handle swabs. And then the 3rd page also indicates that the analysis provides very strong support that Sharif Muhammad is a contributor to the right fingernail clippings swab of Samuel Logan. And I would move for the admission of People's Proposed Exhibit 1 and 2 at this time. Thank you. May I present to the court?
Yes.
From this. And Your Honor, at this time, the people have no further witnesses. We would move, if defense counsel has no witnesses, the people would move to bind over on count 1 and reserve argument for rebuttal.
Judge, I don't have any evidence to present to the court. Your Honor, I think on the strength of the evidence that's been presented, you are unable to determine or conclude that evidence Mr. Muhammad has committed this crime by probable cause standard. What we know from the evidence is that a gentleman named Samuel Logan was discovered on the 19th, sometime around 3 o'clock in the afternoon, March 19th of 2022. And he appeared to be deceased at that time. And it appeared that he had a number of puncture wounds or stab wounds about his person. Detective Dudley testified that those footprints that she saw in blood in the house went out the back door and disappeared. Detective Dudley testified that based on her previous experience that Mr. Muhammad, my client, and Mr. Logan apparently both lived in the house. The story then picks up the next day, almost 24 hours later, when Officer Burley sees Mr. Muhammad, my client, in the backyard of the house, trying to get into the house. Mr. Muhammad apparently had a knife in his hand at that time. And then the only other thing that we know is that the knife in question apparently had Mr. Muhammad's DNA on the handle. Well, of course it did, Judge, because he had it in his hand, according to Officer Burley's testimony, more than 24 hours after Mr. Logan was deceased. Officer Dudley testified that when she and her partner arrived, both the front door and the back door to this residence were open. Officer Dudley did not testify to having observed Mr. Muhammad in the vicinity, in the house, anywhere near Curtis Street on the date that Mr. Logan was found deceased. We don't know anything about when Mr. Logan was deceased, whether it was that day, the day before, the week before. We have no timeline that was established on this record. We have a nobody that says that they observed Mr. Muhammad engaged in this conduct that resulted in Mr. Logan's death. Judge, I think that on the record before the court, there's just simply insufficient evidence, and it's not incumbent upon the court to connect the dots or close the links. There's gaps that exist, and I think because of that, Judge, I don't think you should bind over.
Your Honor, obviously this is a probable cause hearing, so it's based on a probable cause standard, so not all the people's evidence is going to be presented at a preliminary exam. And so, what we do have here is that the first officer and the second officer, or no, the second officer Burley indicated that he was aware that the elderly male that lived at the location, even though he was not aware of the name, was the father of the defendants. There's a relationship between the two of them. And that he had gone to the location several times and as his job as a negotiator with people who have mental health crises. I can't remember what he called it, CIT or something along those lines. And that he was familiar with the two individuals that were at that location. He identified the defendant in this matter, actually both officers did, as them previously going to that location. So he has a connection to the location. Then on top of it, they go to the house on March 19, 2022, and there's no one at the house other than Samuel Logan, the decedent. And they search the house, it's clear there's no other individuals there. While doing surveillance, they radio forward to arresting officers within 24 hours, the very next day. Hey, there's an individual at the back of the door. We need you to come respond to this because we need uniformed officers, basically. So Officer Burley and his partner then go to the location, and the first thing that they observe is the defendant at the back door, where we already heard testimony from police officer Erica Dudley that the house was secured before they left, and that the owner of the home indicated that that was one of his top priorities, was to make sure the home was secure before he left. So the defendant is then at the back of the door of the home trying to get in with a knife that is collected, and then his DNA is found on it. But what's even more than that is there's DNA on the fingernail clippings of Samuel Logan that were placed on evidence and tested. So how
do I know the results of that?
The results of the DNA that was submitted in the report.
The DNA of Mr. Logan. All right, so this knife that was collected, we have the DNA of Mr. Logan on there as well.
On the handle. Which also makes the argument that this is a knife that was from the inside of the house where the incident occurred, and where the defendant and the victim both share occupancy, and that the defendant is walking around with it the very next day after his dad is stabbed. Then you have the fingernail clippings underneath, or the fingernail clippings from the victim, who have the defendant's DNA underneath of them. So whether, so exactly what time he passed away or what happened afterwards, or how much time had lasted, which defense counsel has brought up, you still have, or putting him at the scene and whatnot, you still have the DNA of the defendant underneath the fingernail clippings of the victim when he is deceased. So the court can make an inference that you have this knife that is 5 to 6 inches long. You have all the injuries which are reported in the medical examiner's report, 34 different stab wounds, and it describes the size of the stab wounds and whatnot. Then you have the DNA underneath the fingernail clippings, and these two reside, or at least are known to be at the same location together and have a relationship of father and son. So I think that putting all of it together, there's an inference that on this particular night, or on the day of the incident, which we unfortunately don't know exactly when Mr. Muhammad died, because the 911 caller, or Mr. Logan died, because the 911 caller that reported it when she discovered the body, that's the first time that anybody had seen the decedent. That was when it was reported. And so that would be on March 19th. So it could have been 2 hours, it could have been a whole day, but either way, you still can't get around the explanation of defendant's DNA underneath the fingernail clippings of the victim's fingers after 34 stab wounds, and then a knife that is consistent with the same weapon that was used in the stabbing of the victim.
Judge, may I respond very briefly? Okay. The court is very aware that words and descriptions matter in the courtroom, and the prosecuting attorney used the phrase underneath. That's something that doesn't appear anywhere in the evidence. That's something that she's made up to describe the nature of the evidence. The only thing this report says is that the DNA was found on Mr. Logan's fingernail clippings. That's it. It doesn't say underneath the fingernail. And that's important because that phrase conjures up a variety of emotions and passions and fighting, right? And I think that's intentional on their part to describe it that way, but that's not what the evidence shows. So I would like the court to take a step back from that and recognize that all it says is that the DNA was found on Mr. Logan's fingernails. That's the first thing. The words matter. The second thing is, Judge, facts matter. And of course, these two men lived in that house. And so is it unusual in any way, shape, or form that Mr. Muhammad's DNA would be found on items in the house? It is not. The evidence was that he lived there. Is it unusual at all that a family member would have the DNA of a family member and cohabitant on their person somehow? It is not unusual. And so, Judge, I think with all of this evidence, it's still not sufficient to show that Mr. Muhammad did this act.
So this is probably one of the thinnest cases that I've had involving the homicide, that there isn't a boatload of direct evidence. There's a lot of circumstantial evidence. Circumstantial doesn't mean bad evidence, however. In fact, circumstantial evidence can be even more persuasive and direct. In this case, I have a 71-year-old gentleman who's found deceased in his own home he shares with his son, the defendant. Police are familiar with this location because they've been called out a number of times. The defendant was in some kind of crisis that had to be addressed and so forth and so on. The decedent is found in this home, stabbed multiple times, and alone. The defendant nowhere to be found at that time. Some 24 hours later, the defendant shows up, location of this place, trying to get to the back door, and he has a knife. On that knife, of course, we expect to find his own DNA. He's holding the knife. Why wouldn't he on that time, his DNA? We also have the complainant DNA on the knife as well. But so what? Because the knife is from that house, is it a stretch to say that they both would have their DNA on this knife? They both handled this knife. It's not a big deal. What's a bigger concern to the court is that this decedent was stabbed multiple times, 34 times. So let's start there. As it relates to count one homicide, murder in the first degree premeditated, whoever it was that stabbed Samuel Logan to death like this, stabbed him 34 times. And I don't think anyone could say that Mr. Logan was not the victim of a first degree murder premeditated. So the only issue in this case involves the identity of the defendant as being the perpetrator. So what evidence do we have aside from the defendant living at that location? The defendant coming back to that location with a knife, coincidentally, trying to get into the location that had been locked up. have the complaining witnesses fingernail clippings and the defendant's DNA being found on those fingernail clippings. So Mr. Woodard is correct in that I don't know circumstances surrounding this DNA being found on those clippings. Was it on the outside of the fingernails or was it under the fingernails? I quite frankly, I don't know. The report doesn't indicate that. But usually we have DNA, and the reason that they collect these fingernail clippings to begin with is to determine whether or not there was some kind of fight. And complaining witness defending himself may have scratched or fighting got the defendant's or someone's DNA under their nails, on their nails. It's quite interesting because I didn't hear anything about officers came in contact with the defendant if he had scratches throughout his body, which would be consistent with the complaining witness finding off the defendant. The defendant was in fact the perpetrator of this crime. It is the thinnest of the thinnest that I've seen in a while. That all the prosecution need to do is produce evidence on each and every element of the crime that's charged. I'm satisfied that they've shown the first-degree murder premeditated. The only question is question of identity. And if this defendant did the crime, cases like this where you have circumstantial evidence, a little strong circumstantial evidence, a little for evidence like since there were footprints found at the scene, they collect any shoes off the defendant consistent with those footprints. Any shoes consistent with the prints found in the house and the shoes that may have belonged to the defendant. What size were those shoes? They examine these footprints in any kind of way. Size 11, size 12. What size shoe is the defendant? I don't have any idea. So I think there's a very strong suspicion, a very strong inference that the defendant is the perpetrator of this crime. Does that rise to the level of probable cause? So let's take a look at this again. What do I have? So identity. No one else associated with this house but the defendant and the complaining witness. Complaining witness is found in this house alone. The defendant lives there with him. The defendant doesn't show up until 24 hours later, trying to get into the house with a knife. Complaining witness was stabbed 34 times with a knife. Complaining witness has the defendant's DNA on his nails. I'm not sure if that means anything because I don't know if the defendant had any injuries that were noted. Another thing about footprints that were found at the scene and the footwear the defendant had on at the time, or footwear that he may have had in the house. There's a lot I just don't know here. So complainant's DNA was found on the handle of the knife. We don't know anything about the blade of the knife. DNA found there.
If I may look at the report, I wanted to, I gave it to you, I wanted to look at something to respond. So. Okay, so two things that I would like to point out is that on page 2, it indicates that, the very first box at the top, that this analysis provides or with regard to the, knife blade swab, not handle, but blade. This analysis provides very strong support that Samuel Logan is a contributor to the knife blade swab. Then under exclusions says Sharif Muhammad is excluded as a contributor to the knife blade swab. So yes, we would expect to find his DNA on the handle. We actually, I believe, find the DNA of Mr. Logan and of the defendant on the handle, because our argument is a knife of the home. However, on the actual blade itself, we're finding the victim's DNA, not the defendant's. That is huge. Then second, under the fingernail clippings, one of the things that they analyze is how many profiles that they can pull from a DNA sample. And so it indicates that it was 2 profiles that, well, hold on. It says that there's a hypothesis that, hypothesis 1 is that the, okay, so this is page 3. It says that the interpretation of the item involving the right fingernail clippings of the victim was performed assuming that the DNA profile originated from 2 individuals. So we're only looking at 2 individuals. That's the, whether it came from the defendant, the victim, or the 2 of them. And based on the analysis, it indicates that it provides very strong support that Sharif Muhammad is a contributor. So there's 2 contributors, and Sharif Muhammad is one of them. So this isn't just, oh, anybody who Mr. Logan came into contact with could have easily passed his DNA on him and things like that. Like, he's got the DNA of the defendant on his fingernail clipping swabs. But I think what's the most important is the blade of the knife. We have DNA of the victim, which we're arguing is this is the stab, the weapon that was used to stab the victim, and it's on the blade.
All right, so that may have just saved the day for you, because I was looking for some evidence like that. I didn't hear that, where I see that.
I apologize. That's my fault.
So given that, looking at all of the evidence, the totality of the circumstances, given that the defendant and the victim lived in the same location, plaintiff witnesses found dead at the location, defendant's nowhere to be found until the next day, shows up with a knife, trying to get into the back door. The knife that he has the victim's DNA on the blade of the knife. I think that's enough for probable cause. There could be other reasons why that DNA could be on the blade or any portion of that knife. That's for a trier of facts to determine. The court is satisfied that people have met their burden of probable cause as it relates to the charges contained in the complaint warrant. The court finds those charges were committed in the city of Detroit. The court finds probable cause to believe this defendant committed. Defendant will be bound over to Wayne County Third Circuit Court. Criminal Division of Proceedings is arraignment on the information date and time will be May 16, 2023 at 9 o'clock a.m. Defendant will be remanded to the custody of the Wayne County Sheriff. Thank you.
Judge, thank you. You said the 16th, I'm sorry.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Okay.
And Judge, just while Mr. Mohammed's here real quick, I gave him a copy of my file so that he can review all that at his leisure.
Okay.
I just want the record for that. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
All right. Thank you, Judge. I'll see you this afternoon.
Okay.
Thank you. Yeah, I don't need a copy. You wrote the copy. Okay, I tried. No, that's fine. Okay. You were great. Officer Burlingame was testifying, I forgot one ginormous question. And that was, what did you observe on the blade of the knife?
Oh, he did see something on there?
And I asked him to go out, I was like, can you go ahead and see if he already left? And he was like, oh, he's already done. I said, what about his partner? Is he still out there? And he was like, no, he left too. I was gonna ask you to like stop and just like reopen it for a minute. But yeah, so then I was like, no, I know there's something in the report. I gave it to him and now I don't know what it is. I know there's something in there that like I remember stands out.
That was huge.
Yeah, I just.
That was huge. I was almost about to kill that.
Oh, I know, I told him. I said, I'm pretty sure. I said, there's something I'm missing and I know it's there, but I prepped this case, a year and.
Did anybody look at his shoes?
We have the shoes on it, but I think that it was like snowy or something that day. I don't know if there was anything that really came with the shoes. And then we were just talking about the pictures, because when he got to the EDC, they did take pictures of him. At some point, he was disclosed.
Those shoes and.
But we have even more than that.
Okay.
I avoided presenting this statement at this point. Yeah.
Oh.
So, well, I think there might be an issue with, we've been accountants for a while, I think, and I don't want to base my mind over on a statement if it gets squashed at or, you know what I mean, like we're suppressed at Third Circuit, and I'm like, I base my whole mind
I
over on it.
understand, I'm mindful of the whole competency issue too. So I would have made a record that statement was not the only thing that would be binding over with all the other circumstances in addition to the statement.
Yeah, that's probably, I was leery about it, because I was nervous, like what happens if I got suppressed up there and that was like in my bind over an argument or something, or probably back to back, I don't know. If I've never had
The
that happen.
statement is just, the other stands.
Even though it was bound over FaceTime, or, well,
But
other
I
than
would-
you,
I would
maybe,
say it more
but you're
just-
not every judge, so. So I was like, I just gotta be, like you said, mindful that this is an issue down the line, but I think that at this point, he'll be referred for criminal, they don't do criminal responsibility in district court. They wait until it's bound over, even though they.
My understanding is they don't even do it then, that they have to request it independent. I'm not doing
Oh, I've been
anything
getting
responsible.
them.
Have you? Okay.
Yeah, but the one thing I heard is the competency to waive Miranda is an issue. They were doing those for a while. And I had one as recent as February of this year, and then I heard that they're not doing it. So,
You know, well, everybody.
yeah, I got quite a few of them, but I actually think like probably, like, I actually had one in front of Judge Stanford Jones where we brought in the, we had a competency hearing.
Getting a lot of.
I have one coming up for you,
Oh, okay, see.
the 23rd, currently.
Getting a lot of those.
Have you agreed with the independent yet?
The one, they're one and one. One I did, one I did.
Okay, so Judge Jones was like, Stanford Jones was like, I don't know if I agree with either one of them, so I'm just gonna bring in the nurse, the caretaker of the victim.
So Maria and Marino had one I agreed with her expert. Gabby Silver had one I disagreed with her expert.
Okay, and that was after they were told they were competent at the forensic center?
Yeah.
Cause I had one that they told me that he was not competent at the forensic center, and I was like, yes, he is. So then I requested an intervention.
And the independent said it was coming.
Oh, 38 pages later, single space, and said, oh, this is it. And so.
Who was that in front of?
That was in front of, it was Judge Clay back when he was still there, I think. And then he left. And so when the guy eventually fled, I don't know if it was in front of Clay or the visiting judge at the time, but yeah, that one was kind of crazy. So I've been getting back and forth ones, and I've been getting from both ways, but there's some of them that I get where they say they're competent, I'm like, you need to.
We try not to be a representative. Right.
Yeah. All right, well, you guys have a good one.
Thank you, you too.
Bye.
Okay, we're on Dudley.
Yes, Your Honor.
How many witnesses?
Just one, Your Honor.
Sounds great. Let's do it.
And once I call him, I gotta call the other one up.
He's,
Come on out.
he came,
Okay.
so he's here somewhere downstairs.
Yeah, he's
That's what,
downstairs. Come on in.
your, officer
Yeah, we have to call them.
Okay.
Okay, I guess I can call it. Calling case 2356442, people of state of Michigan versus D1 Floyd Dudley. Defendants charged in count 1 homicide, murder, first degree premeditated. Count 2 felony firearm. Here's for the record, please.
Good morning, Your Honor. Brian Johnson, the people P84143.
And good morning, James Schwab, on behalf of Mr. Dudley, 30720.
Tell me your name, Mr. Dudley.
Floyd Dudley.
All right, date, time, set for preliminary examination. Are we ready to proceed?
People are ready.
Okay, you have any preliminary matters you'd like to give?
Yes, Your Honor. The people would seek to admit under 766.11B, MCL 766.11B, a post-mortem report.
Any objection? Admit it.
May I, I've already provided a copy to Madam Court Reporter, as submitted as proposed exhibit 1 and published to the court.
Yes.
May I read the relevant portion, Your Honor?
Please.
Thank you. This is a postmortem report, 23-04404, done by Dr. Omar Reyes, R-A-Y-E-S, on an Edgar Craig McIntosh Jr. on April 6, 2023. He says, it is my opinion that death was caused by multiple gunshot wounds. The decedent was a 29-year-old black male who was found unresponsive in a residence with multiple gunshot wounds. He was pronounced at 16:56 hours on 4/5/2023. Postmortem examination revealed 3 gunshot wounds on the body, 1 to the right chest, 1 to the right hip, 1 to the right leg. There was no soot or gunpowder stippling noted on the skin surrounding any of the wounds. And unless otherwise stated, the wound tracks are described when the body is viewed in the standard anatomical position. The gunshot wounds are arbitrarily numbered for ease of description and do not reflect the sequence of firing. He then goes on to talk about perforating gunshot wounds to the right chest, GSW number 1, perforating gunshot wound to the right hip, GSW number 2, and perforating gunshot wound to the right leg, GSW number 3. Manner of death is homicide. Dr. Reyes says that the cause of death is multiple gunshot wounds and the manner of death is homicide. People are ready to call their first witness if he's available. All right. Wow. Gonna go in front of me. Straight.
Sir, please give your name and the spelling of your name to the young lady seated here. Please raise your right hand, sir. You swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you, sir. Please have a seat with the spots right next to me. Keep your voice up nice and loud and speak into the microphone that's to your left. Thank you, great.
Thank you, Your Honor. Can you state this? Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
If you can't hear me, let me know.
I can.
Okay. State and spell your name for the record one more time.
Terrence
Terrence Gardner?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to take you back to April 5th, 2023, around 3:50 p.m. Were you in the area of 13505 LaSalle Boulevard?
Yes.
And what city is that in?
Detroit, Michigan.
What county?
I think James Warren.
What county are we in right now?
Right now, I'm in Warren. Warren, Detroit.
We're in Detroit right now. Do you know what county?
No, I really don't know.
Okay. But in Detroit?
Yeah.
Okay. And what is at that location?
Was it at the location?
Yeah.
People I know.
Well, what kind of building? Was it a building you were
It
in?
was a building.
What kind of building?
It was a damn building. It was like, it was trash all in the hallways and stuff.
Connor, I'm having trouble understanding.
It was trash all in the hallways and stuff.
Okay. What was it? Was it a residence?
It was a residence, but it was like a clean residence.
Okay, not a clean residence. Was it more like an apartment complex or a
Yeah.
house? Okay.
Apartment.
Okay. And were you staying there?
No, I was visiting a friend.
Okay. What floor were you on?
3rd floor.
Okay. And what was who was the friend you were visiting?
Vita.
Vita?
Yeah.
Who's Vita to you?
It's a friend I knew.
Okay. And was she living by herself inside the apartment?
Yes.
Do you know? Okay. And around 4 o'clock that day, did something cause, what was the name of the, or what was the, do you recall the number of the apartment you're in?
103.
That you were on the 3rd floor?
Yeah.
Okay. What caused, did something cause you to come out of that apartment around 4 o'clock?
Gunshots.
Gunshots?
Yeah.
Okay. And before the gunshots happened, were you outside of the apartment?
No.
Okay, so the gunshots caused you to go out of the apartment?
Yeah.
Okay, and when you came out of the apartment, what did you see?
I was in the damn body on the stairs.
Okay, and did you see anything before the dead body?
And I seen arguing and fighting, but that's all
Okay, so arguing, who was arguing and fighting?
I saw. Her daughter and her boyfriend.
Her, you said her daughter and her daughter's boyfriend?
Yes.
Whose daughter?
Vita's.
Vita's, okay, do you know Vita's daughter's name?
She had so many daughters, I don't remember all of them, so.
Okay, had you seen her before?
First time I seen her,
Okay, what about her boyfriend?
first time I seen her.
Okay, and do you know his name?
No, I don't know.
Okay, do you know his nickname?
Trying to remember, his name was. No, I don't know his name, though.
Okay, did you write a statement?
Yes, I did.
Okay, do you, was looking at the statement refresh your memory about what his name was?
Yes.
Okay, may I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Yes.
Your Honor, as a preface, I would ask when he learned, before he starts answering, as a preface, I would ask that the counsel ask when he learned about the victim.
Mr. Gardner, I'm handing you, you said you wrote a statement.
Yeah, statement over.
Okay, I want you to look at.
Millie, that was his name, Millie.
Okay, so what is it?
Millie.
Millie? Okay. And I'll ask the question, I mean, when, do you recall when you first learned Millie's name?
Knew it because his mama, they used to talk about them and her story being together, but I never seen them until that day.
Okay,
Well,
so,
then I would object to the answer. It sounds like hearsay. He has no direct knowledge of the person's nickname.
he told the police officer what his name was at the time, and he wrote it down on a statement, just refresh his recollection as to what his name was.
And now
So he knew it at the time, well, he just forgot.
now we found out that he learned about it from another person.
Okay. Everybody learns something from another person.
You learn about it from another person.
It's called hearsay.
But he has personal knowledge of his name, or he did at some point.
It depends on whether you can make.
That was the name that he gave, how he received the name, that's really a no consequence. That's the name that he believed it was. I'll take it for what it's worth. But who was the name?
Okay, so you knew the boyfriend as Millie?
Yes.
Do you see Millie in the courtroom today? I want you to stand up, take a look around the courtroom. Do you see anybody that you know as Millie?
Millie or Millie?
Millie with an M. Okay. So you don't see anybody that you know as Millie. Do you see anybody that you saw fighting that day in?
No, ain't nobody here. No, nobody was in the hallway fighting, no.
This person you know as Millie. How long was the fighting the fight last between?
Like 15 minutes.
15 minutes?
Yeah.
Okay. Did you have a chance to look at Millie while they were fighting? Okay. So you had a chance to see Millie while they were fighting? And you got a chance to have a good look at him? Okay. But you're telling me you don't see Millie in the courtroom today?
No, I don't.
So with the fighting, what did you do? What in response to that?
She told me to close her door, she ain't gonna tell me in the hallway.
Who told you that?
The lady I was with.
I'm sorry, I didn't get the answer.
The lady I was with told me to close the door because she don't want me in the hallway.
So did you have anything to do with the fighting?
No, I did not.
Okay. And did you ever see anybody pull out a gun during the fighting?
I heard the shot, I ain't seen what I was doing.
Okay. So you heard the shots, and then you came out and you saw the body on the stairwell? And what did you do in response to seeing the body on the stairwell?
Check this for a pulse.
Okay, was there a pulse?
No.
Okay, did you know the person that had been shot?
No, I haven't seen the for my gun.
Okay. And where was this person, Millie, while when you went out there to check on the
Everybody had disappeared. When I was in the hallway, everybody disappeared.
So you're the only one there?
Yeah.
Okay. So you didn't see, what your testimony is here today is you didn't see who shot.
No, I didn't see who shot, I heard the gunshot.
You heard the gunshots. Your testimony here today is that.
I'll ask the answer, Judge.
I'll give it to you.
Your testimony here today is that you saw, what's the name of the daughter that was fighting? Did you answer that? You recall?
No,
you don't know her name. You saw the name of the daughter, or you saw the daughter fighting with this person named Millie.
Mm-hmm.
You got a good look at him, or you were able to witness them fighting for 15 minutes.
Mm-hmm.
But you say you don't see him today.
He's not in the courtroom.
Okay. Do you recall, or no, you do, did you recall giving a statement to the police?
Yes.
It was closer in time?
Yes. It was right after.
Right, okay. And did you tell the police, I was at my girlfriend's apartment at 13505 LaSalle, apartment 103? And I'm reading from the, first page, yeah. That was a yes?
Yes.
Okay. And you said, and you told the police, I heard my girlfriend's daughter Destiny fighting with her boyfriend.
That was her name. She had two daughters. I don't know which one was which.
Okay,
They all look alike.
but you told the officer at the time, I heard my girlfriend's daughter Destiny fighting with her boyfriend.
Yes.
Who I know is Millie.
Yes.
So you knew Millie.
I knew his name because prior to that day, I went next door to her fiance, her ex-fiance house, and he was there.
Okay.
No.
Your testimony here today is that you didn't see anybody shoot.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. But at the time, at 4:37 PM on April 5th, 2023, you said.
Your Honor, is this for impeachment purposes or is it to refresh? Is this for impeachment purposes or is it to refresh memory? For refresh memory, he should have the paperwork in front of him.
Sounds like he's impeaching him.
It does to me as well.
That's what I'm. So at the time, you told, your testimony here today is that you didn't see anybody shoot. Okay. But at the time, you told the police, closer in time, that you saw Millie pull out a gun and he just started shooting. I didn't know somebody got shot. Okay, so which one is it?
Both true. I didn't see who put up the gun. I heard the shot. When everybody fled, he was all so real, he couldn't see nothing.
But
Around the circle.
But it says here in your statement, I saw Millie pull out a gun and he just started shooting.
Well, I say I seen, I heard the shot. I ain't tell him I heard, seen like what I was doing.
Well, I can show you the statements in quotes.
He worked the backwards. I told him.
I can show you the video too. I'm not trying to talk over you. I'm just trying to get it. Okay. So which one is it?
I seen pull the gun. Seen him shoot.
You saw who shoot?
Millie.
Okay. But you don't see Millie in the courtroom today?
No.
Okay. And then you told the police after Millie shot, everybody started running and they disappeared?
Yes.
Okay, that's true?
Yes.
Okay. And then told the police at the time, I ran into my girlfriend's apartment after I heard a female screaming, someone on the stairs is there.
Yes.
Okay. All right, and then your testimony today is that you had never seen Millie before that day.
Yes.
Okay. Question to you was, at the time, do you know what Millie drives? Your answer was, Millie doesn't drive. He has been in the building since yesterday. I think you know someone inside the building.
True.
Okay. So how would you know what he drove if, what, is that a true statement?
Yes, true statement.
Okay, so how would you know what he drove if you've never seen him before?
Because he always been, I've seen him walk the building before, but I never knew where he lived at in the building.
Okay.
And they told me he don't drive, and if he drove, his girl had to come get the baby from over
There's hearsay in statement. He said they told me.
All right. I'll sustain that portion of the statement.
Okay, so your answer is, I'll move on. Can you describe what Millie was wearing at the time?
there. Black jacket and red.
Okay.
I don't know what kind of pants he had on.
Okay, is there anybody in this courtroom here that has dreads that you see?
Yes.
Who is, you know who that person is?
No. Tan.
Say that again.
His dress was tan.
Okay. Okay. So your testimony, just so I get it straight, is that you saw Millie with a gun?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know what kind of gun it was?
No.
Was it a handgun? Was it a rifle?
Handgun.
Do you know what color it was?
No, I don't know what color it was.
Okay. Okay. Do you recall the police asking you, has your girlfriend Vanita ever talked about Destiny's boyfriend Millie before? Or do you know him to be violent? Do you recall the police asking you that?
Yes, I do recall him asking me that.
And do you recall what your answer was?
No, I don't recall my answer.
Do you recall saying, no, he was calm when I first met him, he might be having a bad day?
That's true.
So you had met him before, had you met him before today or that day?
No, they out there.
He was calm,
He was calm.
and then he was fighting with
Yeah.
Destiny?
Yeah.
Objection, that's not what was indicated. They was fighting with destiny.
We talking about.
In his testimony, he said
What's your legal objection?
that it's facts not in evidence.
His testimony is evidence. He just said that he was fighting with Destiny. But you'll have an opportunity to
But
cross.
that was a
examine
leading
counsel.
question.
And that's a whole different objection. That I'll sustain.
I don't know. I have no further questions for this witness right now.
Cross examine.
May I have a moment? May I have a moment, right, right. Good question.
Okay, sir. Fair to say you don't want to be here today.
Don't hear?
Yes, you. Can't hear you.
I don't. I ain't no lie. I don't.
Why don't you want to be here? today?
I'm going to object to the court's
Already did.
line of question.
Overruled.
I really didn't see nothing. All I heard was shots. Not most of the hallway.
My question was, why don't you want to be here today?
I was at the treatment center.
Sorry?
I was at the treatment center trying to get clean.
You're at the treatment center trying to get clean. That's why you don't want to be here today?
I was very nervous. I'm sweating very good.
What you nervous about?
Being, I ain't never been to work there
In
before.
fact, you didn't want to be here so bad that the police had to arrest you to be here. Is that right?
So I ain't listening.
You didn't come out of lockup in handcuffs?
They put me in when I came here.
Sorry?
They put me in when I came here.
You didn't come out of lockup?
No, I came here.
You didn't come out of lockup?
Yeah, I came out of the whole cell downstairs.
Yeah, so you were arrested.
They didn't tell me I was arrested. They told me I was coming to witness the case.
Yeah.
They didn't put me in handcuffs.
In case you didn't know, let me tell you, you are in custody now because there was a witness retainer signed for your arrest for you not showing up or taking the subpoena that they were trying to deliver to you. All right. In any event, do you know Millie or don't you?
I don't.
Never seen him?
I've seen him one time.
You seen him one time?
One time.
When was that?
That was that day. 18.
How did you know that was Millie?
Because they almost came into the apartment first, these things happened.
How did you know that was Millie?
Because that's what they said, that Millie get out. Like, don't start with these girls, get out.
So how are you able to tell us what Millie drives and all this kind of stuff?
They told me to have a car.
Based on what everybody else has told you, it's how you know this information about Millie. Is that what you're saying? Did you have some counsel while you're standing?
Trying to hear better. So.
Oh, okay. You can position yourself anywhere in the courtroom if you like. Has anyone contacted you from the county jail?
No, everybody called my mama. That's how they got to me. I don't share house. Because they called my mama and she thought I was with her.
I'm going to object to what happened with his mother.
All right, just answer my question. My question was, has anyone contacted you from the county jail? Who?
They called one phone, they called my phone. So I lost my phone like a week after that.
Did you hear the question I asked you? Who?
I don't know. I know a detective called.
They talked about, I said from the county jail section.
I don't know. I don't really know who called. But they came get from the sheriff.
How old are you?
31.
You're 31? How far did you go in school?
10th grade.
I guess that explains why you know that Detroit is in Wayne County, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So you haven't talked to anybody from the Wayne County jail? And you do know those calls are recorded, right?
Yes.
So you say you seen Millie that one time?
Yes.
And you said you talked to him, right? You said he was calm until you started arguing. And then you said you pulled out a gun?
All right, that second one, after they started fighting.
Okay, so there was a fight and then you pulled out a gun. Did you see him fire that gun?
I heard the fire. You don't really tell me the shooters because everybody was surrounding him, like circling, you just heard the shots.
And describe Millie for us.
It's like the 10 tip right here, the word.
10 on the tip of his dreads. Is that yes?
Yes.
Describe something else about it besides his hair.
Dark, like a little darker than me.
How tall?
They like you call it, you like 6 5 12 5 10.
6 foot or 5'12". Heavy set, slim build, medium build, slim build. Any questions based on my question?
Did you see anybody else with a gun?
No.
Just Millie?
Yeah.
Thank you, sir. You may step John? No. No witness. People?
Mr. Gardner has selective memory loss. It is intentional. I don't believe he's being credible when he says that he does not know who Millie is, especially when he testified that he saw Millie with a gun, that nobody else had a gun and he heard shots. And then he saw a dead person on the stairs. And he saw them fighting, the daughter, Destiny, and Millie fighting for 15 minutes. I think it stretches for belief that he wouldn't know what this person looks like, especially after such a traumatic event. So I think for probable cause purposes, the court could take into consideration for a preliminary exam, the court can take into consideration the credibility of the witnesses and what they say on the stand, what they more importantly don't say on the stand. I believe that Mr. Gardner is afraid of Mr. Dudley, or at least doesn't want to be involved for the reason that he had to be picked up. That's why we were here last week. Couldn't find him.
Let me ask you this, Mr. Johnson. When this witness was questioned, did anybody have him identify who this Millie was, either by way of a lineup or a picture or anything like that?
No.
Why not?
I can't answer.
So I'm sure you see the problem here, right?
I do. And there are, the court, well, it's of no consequence at this point regarding other witnesses, but this witness at the time was able to at least say who he was and get a good look at who he is. But
wouldn't that be investigations one-on-one? Millie did it. Is this Millie? Who is this a picture of? That's Millie.
Yes. So people seem to bind over on all the charges.
I don't know how. How can you seek to bind over a plea? You don't have the defendant identified as the perpetrator.
Again, the court can take into account the credibility of the witnesses.
I don't think that witness was credible or smart, or even average intelligence. But I have to have something in my head. I don't.
I understand.
Mr. Stark? Mr. Stark?
Based on the court summary, I would ask for dismissal.
Well, dismiss this matter for insufficient evidence. I need a dismissal order.
I gave him. Come on. This way right there. Hey, Watson. Come on.
Sir.
Come on, son. Mr. Dudley, have a seat.
Thank you, Your Honorable King.
With that, it's lunchtime.
Your Honor, does the court order Mr. Well, may I ask?
Before you ask any questions, I would ask the court to sign my order. Sorry.
I have an order terminating recognizance of material witness for Mr. Gardner.
Okay.
May I have a question?
Sure.
So what do we ask the court?
What's that? What
Do we ask the court?
To terminate Mr. Gardner's detainment.
Oh, good.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Every day. You should.
Good lunch, Judge.
Thank you, you too. Get you something to eat.
What's that?
Get you something to eat.
Oh, I will.
That happens to the best of us.
Yeah.
Happens to me before too. Witness recants. Judge Perkins, you ready? Yeah, right. All right.
I tell them to stop. I got it. Hey, don't forget your mask. I'm gonna take the paperwork down, partner. You hear me? Robert, I'm gonna take the paperwork down.
Okay. I had a big sandwich. I cut it in half. Half.
Always feeding, huh? We'll see.
Judge King, courtroom.
Hey, man, what's the outcome on that witness?
What's the what?
The outcome on that witness?
Oh, you know what? They took the detained paper. I didn't get a copy. They took their order to release him.
Who took it?
The prosecutor. Let me see if I can catch them in the hall, okay?
Okay.
Motherfucker, go. Fucking picture right here saying, what's
Hey, this is on 234. I got that paperwork.
Okay, I'll send someone to get it. Thank you so much.
Okay.
Or lunch?
Right to the bathroom.
Yeah, I did too.
I don't know if the tension coming from this way or that way, but the paper they need, I taped it on the door.
Okay.
There's a paper they need.
Okay.
So I taped it on the door.
So if they come in?
This time it's on the
All
door.
right, okay.
Yeah, okay.
It's on the door.
Thank you.
Okay.
Okay, this one. Right here. Right here. Yeah, stand in front of me.
Jermaine Fields. Calling case 2355154, people of the state of Michigan versus Jermaine Dale Fields. Defendant is charged with count 1 homicide, murder, first degree premeditated. Count 2 weapons, firearms, possession by a felon. Count 3 and 4 felony firearm. Defendant has an habitual offender, fourth offense notice. Appearances for the record.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Steve Lockwood for the people, P 70668. Judge, good morning or good afternoon to you and your staff. Good afternoon. Michael Woodyard, P 64612. I'm here with him on behalf of Mr. Jermaine Fields. He's in the courtroom. Would you say good afternoon? Say your name, Mr. Jermaine.
There's daytime set preliminary examination. Are you ready to proceed?
So, Judge, I know I have one witness out in the hallway. I have to check and see if the other one's arrived yet. So my Zoom is installing updates. Hopefully that doesn't take too long. Other than that,
How many witnesses do you have? So
I'm hoping to present just 2 witnesses, possibly a third, just be the OIC, but I'm hoping just 1.
do you have any preliminary matters you'd like to begin?
Yes, Judge, I have certified record for the FIP charge. And then I have a medical examiner report as well. I don't believe that they're being stipulated to, so I know that they can come in still under 76611. Right now.
You have objections?
I do have an objection, Judge, and before we begin, I wanted to place something on the record. Judge, on behalf of Mr. Fields, I wanted to ask the court for a brief adjournment of this preliminary examination. And the reason is that Mr. Fields has, he intended to present a witness on his behalf of the preliminary examination.
And that witness should be here.
The witness was admitted to the hospital yesterday. I subpoenaed Ms. Harris, and she telephoned me this morning, very hoarse, and indicated that she was admitted to Henry Ford Hospital main campus and is unable to join us.
When is she going to be available?
Judge, I don't know. Hopefully, she's apparently afflicted with pneumonia and some blood pressure issues, which I'm not particularly familiar with.
What I'm inclined to do is to take people's case today. You choose to present a witness. Hold it apart until the witness is available.
I would appreciate the opportunity to present the evidence.
Okay. All right. So originally, you said you have an objection to the people's exhibits.
I'm not going to stipulate to objection.
Does that mean you don't have an objection? You're just not stipulating to it?
Yes, sir. May I show these to my client? And just trying to check in the hall if the witness is here.
Sure.
So.
We ready?
I'm ready, Judge.
Not exactly, Judge. I don't have the witness out there or the OIC. The OIC informed me about 2 days ago that they were supposed to be here. I seen them for about 1 p.m. I didn't follow up with it yesterday, but a couple days ago. But I'm not sure exactly where they're at. I wouldn't object to the defense request for the adjournment at this point. But I have one witness here. She would only be a couple minutes. So it wouldn't really.
You tried to reach your OIC?
I sent them an email earlier today.
Like now, see where is that?
I can try calling them.
Go ahead, you can come. So what's the status?
Judge, I must have had the wrong address on the subpoena. They're across the street, but the OIC for sure is not really over. Looking for Mr. Holly. He's looking for Mr. Holly over there as well. So I assume they probably went to the wrong place as well. Yeah, I apologize for that mix up. But the OIC will definitely be here. For a couple of minutes. Yeah.
Well, let's get started.
Okay.
So where are we with the exhibits, Mr. Woodward? You said there.
Judge, there's 2 exhibits that are now going to be proffered, I imagine. One is a register of actions that has the seal of the court clerk on it. I simply will offer an objection premised upon hearsay and confrontation clause issues. I recognize the statute seems to permit the introduction of it. I will rest on that objection.
Both will be admitted.
Judge, as to the medical examiner's report, I do have an additional objection to photographs that are attached to it. I believe that they're inflammatory and unfairly prejudicial to Mr.
Think I'm being inflamed or prejudiced by it?
I think any fact finder would. So my objection is that they're unduly prejudicial. And should not
Part
be.
of the medical examiner's report?
They were prepared by and are part of the report, yes, sir.
I don't think you have a basis to object to it. I'll try my best not to get my feelings involved.
Thank you, Judge.
But I don't think they're necessary to publish. I'm going to use the medical examiner's report with the first witness.
I will be prejudiced by it anyway. How you showing it to me?
Oh, no, I'm sorry. Yeah. No, I'm going to give it to the court. I'm not going to publish it. on screen. Oh, yes, I am gonna. Go ahead now. Yes.
Are you ready to call your witness?
The first witness, yes. If you would call Ebony Johnson. My OIC is calling me. Check it real quick. The OIC is calling right now.
Okay. Please raise your right hand, man. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you. Please have a seat next to me in the witness box. Just pull that door open. Keep your voice up nice and loud and speak into that microphone that's going to be to your left, okay?
Yes.
Maybe give me ready.
Morning, can you state your name for the record again?
Ebony Johnson.
And Ms. Johnson, do you know Anthony Tyner?
Yes,
How do you know Mr. Tyner?
that's my father.
When was the last time that you saw your father?
I saw my father like a week before he was murdered.
Do you know the date in which you last saw him?
I don't remember the date.
And do you recall anything happening on January 10th, 2023?
Yes,
What happened that night?
my father was killed.
What happened to your father?
He was shot and killed.
I believe it calls for speculation.
unless you know.
Now, did you ever receive a phone call from the morgue or anything?
I want to identify the body
You did. Do you know when you did that?
the day after my father was killed.
Would that be January 11th?
Yes.
Yeah, may I borrow people's exhibit number 1?
Sure thing.
And may I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Yeah.
Wisconsin, I'm going to show you a photograph. I apologize, it's difficult. You know the individual in pictures?
Yes.
Who is that? Your Honor, I believe people who exhibit number 1 was already admitted. Right. Her father, season autopsy report.
Tell us your father's name now.
And either way.
Okay, thank you.
And if I may, I just like to summarize the findings of the report.
Judge, I don't have any questions for this witness.
All right, thank you, ma'am. You may step down. Did you have any other thing? Any other?
Oh, I have one more question. Did your father go by any other name than Anthony?
Tony.
Oh, thank you. No further questions.
Hey, no further questions now.
But at this time, the OIC is here, I believe. He informed me that the other witness, Mr. Holly, is on his way. He lost track of time. I'm not sure how long it will take for him to get here. He lives in Detroit. So I would ask for you to here.
Where was the ETA?
Thank you.
anyone ever heard of Stephen Watchville?
That's the prosecutor. For
That's his
that.
name. That's his name. See who this is with there? Do you know?
He's been with the office for a number of years, 6 or 7 years. But this is, I think maybe his first night. What it is.
Somebody's here?
Um,
Somebody's here?
oh. Billy's here. Billy's here. You might say, you might not.
I can't hear you.
I was asking, did you get an ETA?
I don't think that question was rhetorical. Did you get an ETA?
Oh, I'm sorry, I answered her. I did not. He was on his way a couple minutes ago. But if you want to proceed, I can put the OIC on the stand. My intention was just to have one witness.
I don't want to exercise till witnesses are going to show up. That's a real serious doubt as to whether they're going to show up. You said you told the witness to be here at 1 o'clock. It's now after 2.
My OIC informed me that he spoke to him just a little while ago, and that the gentleman's mother is in hospice care at his house. So he lost track of time, but he was on his way.
I lose track of time when they testify for the homicide preliminary examination. Maybe I'm a little different from other people, but that would be a big thing to me, that I would have to go to court and testify. That would probably be first and foremost on my mind for the whole day. I have to go testify.
Like, under every other circumstance, other than a mother in hospice care, I think I would agree with you, but and I'm not trying to make an excuse for it. I'm only working with what I've been told in the OIC.
I'll give you 5 minutes to tell me where he's at. How much time it's gonna take to get
Oh, fair enough. I will get an update.
Probably not gonna show up.
Yes, sir.
He didn't answer his phone, and I tried to call him. So now it's a mutual request for an adjournment.
Judge, I've spoken to Mr. Fields about what's happened here in court this morning or this afternoon. We are completely fine if the court wishes to grant our request for adjournment. That would be our. Because we do have a witness who we wish to call, as I indicated at the outset. And this individual, Mr. Keith Holly, is also someone who we believe is going to be helpful to our presentation about it.
People, I think you're gonna need a witness retainer. I think your witness is playing games. I don't like to play games.
Everything that the OIC has indicated to me is that the witness is very cooperative.
And I don't mean in any way to suggest, I don't mean in any way to suggest that he's not. I do know that his mother, Mr. Lockbeeler, was informed that she may be in hospice. I believe that she actually passed away Sunday, this weekend. So I think that Mr. Holly is probably engaged in those arrangements. That's all.
Rather than talking to the third person, let's get the OIC. Good afternoon, sir. What's your name? Police Officer Brandon. Please raise your right hand. You swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? I do. Thank you, sir. You are the officer in charge of the case involving Jermaine Field, is that right? Correct. We've been waiting on witness, I'm told, since about 1 o'clock. Where's the witness?
I spoke to him. He advised me that he was on his way here. He said he lost track of time. He was on his way. I just tried to call him again. He told me that he was on his way.
I'm getting the feeling that this witness is playing games with you. What's your feeling?
I don't think so. He's gonna stand up, guys.
He's supposed to be here at 1 o'clock this after 2. So how do you lose track of time on such an important date, knowing that you have to testify?
I'm not sure, Your Honor. I do know that his mother's in the hospital at his home.
I'm told the mother passed away.
Last time I spoke to him, he did say he was on his way. I know that he had his intention of coming down here.
Where's he coming from?
He's coming from Florence of Hoyer, who lives in the same neighborhood where this occurred.
How far is that?
About a 20-minute drive.
Put that on the list, and say 20 minutes. But we've been waiting about 30 minutes. He's still not here. Now he's not answering the phone. You still think 20 minutes?
I don't. I'll give him one more call.
You was on his way at what time?
2:40.
That one way at text or you talking?
I spoke to him.
37 minutes.
We are, there are two people, I'll come down and get you. Where's the work? Oh, okay. Oh. All right. 234. Fine.
Yeah.
Okay, we're back on the record on people versus Jermaine Dale Pierce. Sir, please raise your right hand. You swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Thank you, sir. Please have a seat with this box right next to me. Speak clearly into that microphone to your left. And again, you're ready.
Good afternoon, sir. My name is Steve Lockwood. Can you state your name and spell your last name for the record?
Keith Holly, Hollide.
And Mr. Holly, where do you live?
At 16250 Prevost, Detroit, 48235.
And how long have you lived there?
Most of my life.
Were you living there back in January of this year?
Yes, sir.
Now, is there anything particular on January 10th, 2023 in that area that brings you to court today?
The shooting.
What shooting was that?
One neighbor shooting another.
Okay. And is your home in the area of Forest Street and the intersection intersection of Florence and Ford?
Right on the corner.
And you said there was neighbors, one neighbor shooting another?
Yes.
And do you know where those neighbors live?
Yes, one neighbor lived right next door, the other neighbor lived behind me.
And,
Well, he used to live behind me, his brother lived behind me.
okay. So right next door, what street would that be on?
On Prevost. Same intersection of Florence.
Did you say Prevost?
Prevost, yes, directly across the street from one another, each corner houses.
And what did you see happening?
Argument take place and one neighbor shooting another neighbor as he ran out the garage and down the street.
Okay, and where did that argument take place?
In the garage.
Who's driving that?
Jermaine's garage, Jermaine Fields.
And so do you know Jermaine Fields?
Yes.
How long have you known Mr. Fields?
For life.
For life. Can you be a little more specific?
40 years or 40 plus years.
Okay. So, has he always lived near you?
Yes.
In which house does Mr. Fields live in?
The house directly across the street from the corner house, my corner house, we both on the corner.
Okay. And you saw him that day?
Yes.
Do you recall about what time of day that was?
About 3 o'clock, 3:30, about 3:30.
In the afternoon or
In the
at night?
afternoon.
So it was daylight out?
Yes.
And you get to see it pretty well?
Yes.
Where were you at?
On the side of my house.
Were you outside or inside?
Outside.
And could you hear the argument?
When they started yelling, yes.
And who are they? We know Mr. Fields.
And Tony, that was the other, I forget Tony's last name, but he was the one that ended up being shot.
And you know, was Tony another neighbor?
Yes.
Where did he live?
Behind me, directly behind me. He lived on Foyer, I would say the same address, but behind me, that's mine. He was the opposite corner of me.
Is your backyard put up?
Yes, exactly.
What could you hear them? What were they arguing about in general?
You ain't nothing, you come to that effect, you ain't nothing, then get off my property and then shots fired.
How many shots did you hear there?
More than 5.
And do you recall who was doing the shooting?
Mr. Fields.
Do you see Mr. Fields in court today?
Yeah.
Where is he?
Sitting over to my right.
And can you describe what he's wearing?
Jumpsuit.
What color?
Green.
You said you've known him for approximately 40 years?
Yes.
Judge, for the record, that's correct. Defendant. And this gentleman over here, he's the one that you saw that day doing the shooting?
Yes.
Judge, may I publish the video? I'm not going to run the video, I just want to ask the witness a question about it. Can I share that to your screen?
Make it full. All right, cheers, fellows.
Well, we have a moment. I'd like to apologize for being late. I lost my mother this past Saturday.
My condolences to you.
Mr. Holly, do you recognize what's on the screen there?
Yes,
What is that?
that's the side of our Tony's house. And, the garage down to the right is Jermaine's garage. My house is to the left. His garage faces my house.
So where the open door is, the garage, that the one you're referring to is Jermaine's?
Yes, sir.
Which one are you talking about? The yellow one with the white car in the driveway?
Yes, sir.
That's who's?
That's Jermaine's garage.
Is that where you saw them, Jermaine and,
Yes, they are.
Tony?
That's what they are.
Where were you?
I was on the side of my house.
Where's the side of your house?
See the two cars to the left, the van and the car?
Yes.
I was just to the left of that, right there. By
So you're pretty much directly across the street.
Yes, right there.
And, there's no movement on the screen. Does that appear to be that day?
No, that was that, yeah.
Oh.
A car in front of me is, another friend, his name is Darren. He was sitting in the car.
Which car was that?
The car in front of the white van on the left side, the third car from the screen.
You see my cursor up there?
Yeah.
Is that what you're referring to there?
Yes.
Okay. You've got very good eyesight. Your Honor, I'd ask to admit this as People's Exhibit number 3, and I'd ask to play the video.
You get Judge?
Judge, no.
You admit it?
Thank you. Can I play?
Yes.
All right, and I have it queued up just before the incident here, so.
Starting at 13, 18.
Oh, sorry, it's at beginning of the video at 56:47. 15, 17 left in the video.
Yes.
Thank you. They came from the garage, correct, Mr. Holly?
Yes.
I'm sorry, pause it at 57:05. I just want to ask one more question. When they came from the garage, where did they go to?
Came to the street, and came directly toward the camera.
Of course, what we're looking at,
Yeah.
and what happened at that point? Did you see?
Shot him once or twice coming down the street, once on the sidewalk. I saw him shoot. I heard him shoot 3 more times after side of the tree. I couldn't see him on the side of the tree.
Just going to continue to play it.
Yes.
Okay. Is that how you recall that incident happened, Mr. Howard? I'm going to refer to that first person that we saw as individual 1. Do you recognize that person? Do you remember who that was that day? And then the second person that we saw come from that garage, individual 2, do you know who that was? And you saw them that day? And those individuals in that video, well, individual number 2 in that video, is that person that's in court today?
Yes.
After the shooting occurred, did you see where Mr. Fields went?
Back to his garage and then to the house.
Judge, I have no further questions.
Yes, Judge. Mr. Holly, good afternoon, sir. I want to focus your attention on the, I don't know, did you call it an argument?
Okay, yeah, sorry.
When it was an argument?
They were arguing.
They were arguing, okay. When you say they, you're talking about Mr. Howell, or you're talking about Mr. Fields and Tony.
Yes.
Did you see Tony walk or arrive at Mr. Fields' house that day?
Yes.
So Tony, what did he do? Walk up?
He walked up to him.
Okay, before Mr. Tony walked up, Mr. Fields was inside of his garage?
Correct.
What were you doing outside of your house there, Mr. Howell?
I was just coming outside.
Okay, so you were watching?
At that point, I was watching. I was actually just, like, I know to pick up trash on the side of my house when I got home. And I was about to start doing that, but then I heard them arguing.
Got it, okay. And that captured your attention?
Absolutely.
So you saw Tony walk up, and about how long was it between the time that Tony walked up and you started hearing argument?
It was almost immediate.
And when you heard the argument, I don't know if you can tell us what you heard the people say. Was it just raised voices, or could you hear the words that were being said?
First raised voices, a lot of cursing, and then distinctly heard Jermaine say, get off my property.
Okay, all right. And during the course of this raised voices, or what it was, did you hear anything that Tony said that he would have said during that argument?
Calling names.
Okay. And was that part of the cursing that you referred to?
Yeah, that's when I started paying attention when I started hearing the cursing.
Got it. And it was raised voices.
Yes.
Clearly not a friendly conversation.
No.
And you say you've known Mr. Fields your whole life, 40 or so years. How long have you known Tony?
About 15 years, 20 years.
Okay. And does Tony have a reputation for being violent or causing problems?
He talks very loudly, and he can be bad.
Okay. You've known Tony to carry a gun?
I've known just about everybody.
Okay, well, is Tony included in just about everybody?
Yes.
Okay, all right. So on this particular day, when you're hearing the raised voices were they in the garage?
They were.
Okay. Could you see them?
I can see the back of Tony.
Could you see Mr. Fields at all?
No.
So Tony's body was covering up Mr. Fields? Maybe, I don't know, I don't want to.
I mean, it was from the angle.
Yeah.
I can see Tony, Jermaine was a little bit further to the garage.
Could you see any hands being thrown? Any fists?
I didn't see that.
Nothing like that, okay. You heard Mr. Fields say, get out of my garage.
Get off my property.
Thank you, get off my property. How long between the time that you heard Mr. Fields say, get off my property, and the gentleman came running out of the garage?
That was about the same time.
Kind of moment, instantaneous, get off my property.
Started running out the garage.
Did the shooting start when about the same time you heard somebody say, get off my property?
Yeah.
Did a shot come first before you heard that?
It was almost instantaneous. It was 2 shots before they got out the garage.
Okay. As they were running down the street, did you hear anybody saying?
It was just all shooting and running at that point. I mean, he came out the garage, Tony looked at him, turned the other way.
Got it.
Yeah, and ran towards the back of his house.
He didn't say anything.
No, he was running. I think he was shot at that point. He was trying to.
What makes you say that you think he was shot?
Because the way he came out, he just like grabbed himself and then took off the other way toward his house.
Okay, so you were paying enough attention that you could see him put his hands to his chest?
Yes.
Okay, and then he ran.
Yes.
Okay, and then, is it your recollection then that Mr. Fields was behind him?
Correct.
And at that time, did you see Tony with a weapon in his hand at all as he was running? remember we were looking at that picture and you said there was a man in the car that was parked in front of the bank.
Yes.
And that man is named Darren, you said?
Darren.
And who is that?
He's like a neighborhood mechanic, used car sale.
Okay. He's someone you know?
Just by face.
Got it. He's not like a longtime neighbor like the other two.
I've known him for a few years. He knows Jermaine better than knows me. Let's stop and talk to him. But, you know, I just say hi and bye.
Okay, all right. Fair enough. 1 second, Mr. Holland, please. Mr. Holloway, so you saw the video.
Yes.
And you saw that after Mr. Fields was walking back to his garage or toward that direction. Did he make it back to the garage?
Yes.
And you said that he went into the house?
After he left the garage.
Okay, and you were still outside at that time?
Yes.
Did you speak to Mr. Fields at that time?
No.
Did you ask him what happened?
No.
Did Mr. Fields tell you that Mr. Tony had pulled a gun on him?
No. He was mumbling. I couldn't make out what he said. His mom was outside at the same time she was screaming.
Okay.
And I was really, I just was in shock. Honestly, I was in shock.
Fair enough. So there may have been some words, but you didn't catch them. Okay. Thank you, sir. Judge, I don't have any other questions. Can you redirect?
Oh, yes. Judge, may I approach? Recommend that person.
Yes.
Is that Tony?
Yes, it is.
So just for the record, I showed him the medical examiner report. And he identified Anthony Tyner as Tony.
I think the record should clearly indicate that the witness looked at the photograph attached to the township.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Mr. Holly, did you hear any threats that Tony made to Mr. Fields?
No, they were actively cussing each other.
And you didn't see them fighting?
I didn't see it.
No further questions.
So just so I can have this timeline down, so you said that you heard the defendant say, get off my property?
Yes, sir.
And this was in Mr. Fields' garage, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Then you said you heard shots fired?
Yes, sir.
And then that's when you saw Tony running out the garage?
Yes, sir.
And the defendant, was he chasing him?
Yes.
You saw the defendant with the gun, right?
Yes.
You didn't see Tony with the gun?
Yes, sir.
You didn't see any punches thrown or anything like that prior to the shots being fired?
Yes, sir.
Any questions based on my questions?
You said you saw the gun that Mr. Fields had?
I saw him shoot.
Can you describe the gun?
It looked like a 9 millimeter, maybe. I'm not really, I don't. It was smooth. It wasn't like a 38. I know a 38 that got a mistake.
Do you recall what color?
Silver or gray.
Thank you. No further questions.
Okay, thank you, sir. You may step down.
Okay.
Thank you. Any other witnesses on behalf of the police?
Judge Adams? Clearly that satisfies the elements of not calling out a witness.
Okay. And Mr. Woodbury, give me an offer of proof as to what this witness is going to testify to.
Judge, the witness, whose name is Pamela Harris, would testify that she was on the telephone with Mr. Fields. She's an acquaintance of Mr. Fields, and she was on the telephone during the course of this argument that Mr. Holly has testified to. And she would offer some more specifics about what words were actually uttered by Mr. Tyner, which created this incendiary environment.
This is not going to be hearsay.
Well, I guess I would say that it's not necessarily hearsay. If it is, if I was calls it an exception to cited utterances, I think she would be able to say that there was an argument back and forth, much like Mr. Holly.
Okay. So there was an argument back and forth.
Yes, and that some of the words that Mr. Tyner was using were of a threatening nature.
All right, but I'm sure you saw the video just like I did of this person running for being Mr. Tyner and another person chasing him for being Mr. Fields and standing over him and shooting him multiple times. I didn't see anything threatening from Mr. Tyner in that video.
I cannot quibble with the court's characterization of the video, Judge. My position is that what transpired before the video is equally important.
For this court's determination as to whether the people met the elements of this first degree murder premeditated, felon in possession of a firearm, or felon in firearm charges.
That's my position, yes.
All right, you insist on wasting the court's time. We'll do it. When's your witness going to be available?
Could I hope that she will be available within the week? But as I said, she's admitted for pneumonia. I hate to get put on the spot and then not be able to deliver. 2 weeks.
See, the thing is that there's the time for your exam. The witness is not available. That you want to call. I don't think anything that your witness is able to contribute to this, because she wasn't there. She's reportedly going to give some recantation as to what was said to her on the phone or what she could hear. By being on the phone with the defendant, I would assume that she's at least a bare minimum a friend of the defendant.
Yes, sir.
So even if she said, I heard Mr. Tyner say, I'm going to kill you. That flies right in the face of what I saw in the video, Mr. Tyner being chased down and gunned down like a dog in the street. I don't see how that wouldn't be a question of fact to be determined by a trial of that. As to whether that was an adequate provocation to chase this man down and shoot him in the manner in which he did.
Judge, that's exactly my argument in terms of what I think ultimately the facts will prove. And once it was submitted for your consideration, that's exactly what my argument would be. Is that the provocation exists? I understand what you're saying.
How would that be an adequate provocation? Even if you said, I'm going to kill you, your mama, and the dog. How is that going to be adequate provocation? Words versus chasing somebody down and gunning them down on the street.
Judge, I think that the question is what the emotional excitement of the moment caused for Mr. Fields.
Provocation has to be adequate. It would be different if he had a gun. Maybe even if he swung at something like that.
Judge, can I have just one moment? I'm sorry. Thank you. Judge, it's our position that we would like to present additional witnesses along in the nature of that described. I understood the court's reception to that, but that's our position.
Waste my time and yours. What day? I'm open Tuesday, 23rd in the morning.
Could we do it the previous Thursday? I know you can use on Tuesdays and Thursdays.
Previous Thursday,
The 18th is no good.
no, we're going to be on the judicial conference.
The 16th, a week from today.
16th in the morning.
Yes, sir.
It's 10 o'clock. And it will be remanded to the custody of the Wayne County Sheriff.
Thank you, Judge. I appreciate the court's consideration.
Those kind of unrelated matters.
Yes, sir.
No, thank you, Judge. I have great faith.
That's kind of glad. Everything. And that's why I did that. Eventually went how I hoped. But I just want to know. Yeah. Well, I had a judge fall asleep while I was arguing my preliminary exam. So he was dozing off and asked me if he was okay.
Really exciting stuff.
I know better than to embarrass a judge on the stand, even if he is calling us. I'm not gonna do that. So yeah.
As long as that judge wasn't here.
No, so I don't believe I've ever been in front of you, but I know I'm fairly simple litigation.
Okay.
You don't do homicide. Try to do better each and every time. Thank you, sir.
That ain't it. I'll see you in the morning. $5.16.
Thank you again for your patience.
Have a good day.
Everyone have a good day.
Great training to go to. Judge, I'm not here tomorrow. We have a light doc, it's not that bad. It's in a 1:30 and a 2:30.
Yeah. No.
You gonna zoom in?
Can't make this week up. Cold as we can. Huh? Wait a minute, the neighbors can hear. When I was at work. Just like 6 kids and they don't go. Yes, mama. Candy. Like. Just. Until, from the video says, I ain't got no difference. Video says different. Stand over. one time we had a CSC. And it was the daughter of the defendant. It's been this person all along. Now you're looking so different. So sad. That's what we resent to. Shoot. Nobody fights. Oh, so sad. Well. Pay for her. Have a good day, sir.
All right, you too.